Un, 2, c'est check. Un, 2, c'est check, check son.
Essaye, un, deux, test. Essaye, un, deux, test. Essaye, un, deux, test. Test de son. Essaye, un, deux, test. 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 Test de son, test un, 2, 3. Essaye, un, deux, test. Test de son, test un, 2, 3. Essaye. يلا مشوا لعندهم صاحبي قلت لهم عم الجرح يساي 1 2 تيست. Essaye 1 2 3, essaye 4. Essaye 1 2 3, essaye 4. Essaye 1 الأخرى. Essaye 1 2. Test 1 2 3, essaye 4. Test de son. Check 1 2 test. Essaye 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4. Essaye 1 2 3, essaye 4. تيست 1 2 essaye 1 2 check sound 2 3 essaye 4. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. التجربة الصوتية. كتسمع مزيان تما؟ الصوت مزيان عندك مدير؟ مزيان تما كتسمع بخير؟ غادي.
العربي. احنا ممكن كمان نشغل الإضاءة هنا. لا، ممكن تقفل آخر خط ده وتشغل الخط ده لو ممكن. يعني اقفل. العربي. طيب. احنا ممكن كمان نشغل الإضاءة هنا. لا، ممكن تقفل آخر خط ده وتشغل الخط ده لو ممكن. طيب أنا كده منتظر أسمع الكابينة العربي.
قناة العربي.
تمام.
قناة العربي شغال. شغال. ممكن نشتغل على الانجليزي.
احنا ممكن كمان نشغل الاضاءه هنا. لا ممكن تقفل اخر الخط ده وشغل الخط ده لو ممكن. طيب انا كده منتظر اسمع الكابينه العربي. قناه العربي تمام. العربي شغال. ممكن نشتغل على الانجليزي.
هاي كانال اونجلي انجلش قناة انجلش كويس أستاذ. إن كان قناة أونجلي كويس، إن كان كويس ندوز إلى الفرنسية.
الفرنساوي. لوب. ممكن نطلع الكاميرا كمان بعد اذنك. الله ينور يا باشا. الفرنساوي مسموع كويس. الله ينور. شكرا.
هذه ديال شي حد يستعمل البيسي ديالنا. كاين البيسي ديال شي وحده وفيه مود باس وانستالي يكون لك بزاف ديال الخدمات.
خويا شنو راح نكلف انا ديال لا ريجي شنو راح نكلف لا ريجي الباس ديال الفيس غير نحطو بريزونطاسيون. مرحبا.
استاذ هذاك ماشي ديالنا على حساب لا ريجي، هذاك ديال واحد السيد.
هذا ماشي ديال
نحطها في سميتو ندوزو ونعطيك بوانت لازر ونكلف دوز.
صافي الله يطول عمرك صافي مزيان.
عطيني بريزونطاسيون تجي معايا تشوف.
سير. هذاك جيبها.
clic.
C'est 1, 2, test.
نرحب طبعا بالسادة المشاركين.
We welcome all the participants here and also virtually in this scientific session under the third conference about land and its third edition held in the Kingdom of Morocco with co-organization between the Ministry of Territorial Planning and City Policy and other partners such as the UN Habitat, which promote integrated cities in terms of planning and also in order to improve lives and combat climate change and also to implement the agenda of 2030. And of course our Ministry of Habitat and policies is working with in reference with our constitution and the instructions of His Majesty and other references like the governmental program. We also welcome all the speakers that will present their presentations. We thank them as well. And before all that, we give the speech, the opening speech to to the General Secretary of our Ministry of Habitat, Mr. Husni. You have the floor, sir. From the Ministry of National Planning, Urban Planning, Housing and Urban Policy. You have the floor, sir. Peace be upon you. And peace be upon you, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives. I am happy to welcome you in this specialized and scientific session as a part of the conference held in Morocco. This conference that gathers experts on land and urban development from all the Arab and the African region with the representatives from different friendly countries from Europe and America. As you may know, the real estate in the Arab region is the pillar of all economic development and also an essential factor to establish social justice and stability and also to combat vulnerability and to establish sustainability against different threats. And in front of all the threats that we are living nowadays, it is important to create a balance between the demand and the offer and to prepare a good offer. However, our Arab states face a lot of challenges in this regards and which affect the sustainability of this sector. Among them, we mention the legal framework, the legal and institutional framework, which is characterized by a huge diversity of laws and regulations because real estate is a vertical sector which hinders the projects and also give birth to inappropriate behaviors in the sector, because if the field of sector is not secured, we cannot talk about securing investment. Second element is the appearance of slums in an, and also illegal urban developments. A third element is the rarity of the lands dedicated to development and investment, which makes it difficult to access a good and decent housing, and also represents a difficulty in terms of launching projects and with ownership issues, etc. Also, the real estate challenges in rural areas when we face problems of heritage and land distribution between inheritance, and also the weak infrastructure in the villages and rural area. The fifth challenge is the challenge of sustainability, and also dealing with the climate changes, dealing with floods and droughts, and also sustainable use of lands. The sixth challenge is the weak investment of technology in real estate and property, and we talked about that in the morning, and it is one of the main factors to enhance the sector in our country. Seventh element is the weak financing of real estate. So in order to respond to all these challenges, our Arab nations need first of all a strong legal framework, the use of technology, facilitating the administrative procedures, and also promoting regional collaborations and efficient policies. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of sharing experiences, I would like to remind you that the Kingdom of Morocco witnessed recently big transformations in terms on institutional and the legal level under the leadership of His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI. And I was happy to discuss with my colleagues this morning the mutation that Morocco witnessed in such a short time, thanks to God. So, along with these workshops, there were many reforms in order to establish a very integrated and efficient land policies that will cope with accelerating economy and the growing population, and also the growing rate of urbanization in Morocco, and which will continue in the coming years. All that imposes new challenges and imposes to provide enough space and the properties, and also to improve accessibility to private and public sectors in order to meet the development objectives. In this regard, Morocco launched a comprehensive land strategy in order to make sure of the good governance and to make sure that it answers to the needs of the sustainable development under the supervision of the National Committee of Land Registration, and with the different stakeholders, because it's a vertical matter, as I said. And we will hear soon the intervention of Mr. Mustafa from the committee that will present the different axes of this strategy and that helps the kingdom to overcome all the challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this scientific session in which we are participating tackles the topic of real estate as a main resource for development in integrated and sustainable development, because how can we make of real estate a lever for regional justice? Secondly, what are the policies that we can rely on in order to serve the sustainable development? How can we assure the flexibility and the resilience of the sector of land? Answering these questions can be only done on a comprehensive approach, including the development of new policies and real estate and encouraging responsible and integrated investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges that we are facing today require from us bigger coordination and bigger cooperation between different Arab states in order to exchange good practices in order to establish more successful policies. And we are sure that this meeting will be a great opportunities to exchange visions and also write down recommendations that will sustain development in our country. And again, I welcome you again, and I wish success for this event, and I wish that it will be a step forward in developing all the territorial sectors in a changing world. And peace be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director of on this opening word of to this session, and that we talk about. I mentioned what he said in general. It talks about the challenges and results achieved in this domain in the Kingdom of Morocco. Ladies and gentlemen, the program of the session will listen in a little while on land, and I welcome her to the stage.
الدكتورة لطيفة النحناحي هي
she specialized in land domain, and now she is the director of land domain in the ministry, in the same ministry. She have many degrees, high degrees in many important fields, and she has expertise and long experience in this field. Applaud to her firstly. After that, we will have discussions with Mr. Mustafa Al-Hakak, the director of directory of that will explain to us the strategy of land in Morocco. Welcome, Doctor. I will introduce the Dr. Al-Kahat. He is the director of the land domain, and he's an expert in the domain and the data, and he's a topographical engineer, and I would not mention the year that he's a graduate for a long time, and he has a long experience, and he graduated from the Institute of Hasana too, and he continued his schooling, and he has a excellent educational path, and after that there's a program of the word of Mr. Ayashi, a professor in the Institute of Agriculture, and he is a member, and he couldn't attend now, and I speak before you between the relationship of land domain and the strategic role in improving the use of land, and we will give afterward the word to the representative of information geomechanic in KSA, the engineer Saad Hallam, the director of the and then we will open to discussions, and then I will give to Hassan Kharnish, who will give us the conclusions of the results of this sessions. Then afterwards we salute each other until another meeting soon. Mr. Mr. Nahnahi, you welcome you. Go ahead.
السلام عليكم.
Peace be upon you all. In the name of God, the most merciful, and peace and blessings of his prophets. Allow me firstly, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and express my gratitude to participate in this discussions, to the third discussions on land in Arab countries. Distinguished guests, as you know, the vision of land domain on the topic of land, on sources, national and international, the instructions of His Majesty that consider land is strategic factor, productive strategic, and a pillar, and it's the backbone of to promote investment and promote and create jobs, and also there's it creates a strategic data, and that will that aims to exploit resources and balance its ability on adaptations to changes, environmental and technological changes, and reforms, specifically the Dastur of 2011, and that is built upon it will create another direction, and promotes, and it will open opportunities to every regions that will, so it can work on investments on its capabilities and their privacies and their political and their policies, as was mentioned in the law of regions and the new Dastur constitutions consist
على اعتبار الحق في
in and also to consider the right to ownership and the right to access property as a priority, should be priority for the authorities. Also, the government program that aims to establish the good governance and justice and integrity in regional programs in order to establish the pillars of social state and diminish the differences and encourage investment. Fourthly, the new development model that calls for a better use of real estate and also to establish urban spaces to be open and also that will help in establishing the new agenda, national agenda and African agenda, and also the development objective of 2030 and the program of the network of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges to gain to establish or to reach the objectives can be summarized in two main elements. First of all, the first challenge is the population growth, and you know that the population growth that our country witnessed recently contributed in the development of an urban system and 380 cities and the rate of urbanization which is above 60%. So a lot of challenges came sprang out of this new data, which is the concentration of urban population in the coast, and the big cities now are contributing with 75% of national GDP and 70% and attract 70% of investment. So each public policy can be successful only with what is provided of real estate and lands that are available. Either it is in rural or urban lands. So the distribution of real estate and also providing just and efficient properties and clarity, and also with clarity of ownership, because we have different kinds of ownership that are inheritance and that are commune, and that's why the Ministry of Habitat is working on launching a new strategies and policies in order to enhance the deployment of our objective in our real estate, regionally speaking, starting from the studies and then the follow-up and reinforcing and supporting. And in terms of preparing territorial aspects on a national level, first of all comes under the development of the national strategy that reflects the state objectives on a short and long term, and it shows also the integrity of different stakeholders and territorial actors in terms of providing the strategic planning. And this vision relies on that the real estate is a shared ownership that requires a wise management which takes into consideration its specificities. Also, our vision of preparing the territorial sector of land is about four axes. First of all, simplifying the regulations and the legal context, and make also the laws adapting them to answer to the real estate needs. The second axis is about controlling the urban development and the real estate market by simplifying the procedures, the standards when it comes to using lands, and also limiting the urban growth. The third axis is about renewing the reserves of public real estate by providing the public infrastructure. And the fourth axis is about enhancing the good governance of real estate and ensuring access to the information, making sure of the transparency and protecting rights, and deploying mechanisms to follow up, to assess by establishing a national observatory and regional observatories. The third element is a general vision that goes to 2050, which makes the land as one of the main pillars based on four elements. First of all, reorganizing and rebalancing the urban distribution of different Moroccan cities, which means creating balance between the vulnerable and neglected cities and villages in Morocco, and make them a part of the Moroccan dynamism like cities. And that can be established by providing enough land space, ensuring transportation between these properties, and also establishing sustainable development in these regions. Secondly, is to support the role of metropolitan cities as an urban, as a studied urban center in order to better use the available spaces and avoid any conflict. Third, promoting the role of this intermediary cities, which require restructuring the lands and the properties in order to establish a regional or territorial justice, also just accessibility. And fourthly is to support the role of the small cities and villages by a good land management, and make sure that they are linked to the cities, and improving the infrastructure of these lands, preserving the agricultural lands, improving the property rights. So these emerging centers are very strategic to reinforce the links between the rural and the urban zones. This vision also aims to strengthen the ties between the rural and the urban areas, and also it will escort the development of the villages by integrated projects, and also limiting the discrepancies between the two zones and between the two populations. This strategy also aims to prepare more than 500 centers with 8 million people, which means 60% of rural population. And this is one of the big objectives of this ambitious project. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to mention that this strategic planning comes to provide the framework of different development regional projects. This territorial regional planning gave great importance to the development of territories and real estate and land by reconsidering the existing project, controlling demand and offer, and also the necessity of each region to have a policy of land management, a policy of attraction of investment, and also ensuring the good benefit, the public benefit. So that's why we should consider that these or such regional projects are the ideal way to promote the land properties, and that will also provide us with a different data and bank of information. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end of my speech, I would like to emphasize and to reiterate on the focus of our ministry to cooperate with our Arab colleagues and ministries in order to improve the good governance and also integrity and complementarity of our territories, and may God help us under the instructions of His Majesty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Congratulations on what you achieved on this strategic, cohesive vision, and on national land, and every inch in our land is integrated in planning. What caught my attention is an important word. We staying away from. I give the word to Mr. to Mustafa Al-Kaha. Go ahead under your encouragements. Thank you. Peace be upon you all.
Sur le foncier. Alors, mon intervention va s'articuler sur la stratégie foncière nationale. Alors, l'élaboration de la stratégie foncière nationale et de son plan d'action en application des hautes orientations contenues dans la lettre royale adressée aux participants aux assises nationales sur la politique foncière de l'État et son rôle dans le développement économique et social, organisée sur
المنظمة تحت الرعاية السامية للملك محمد الثالث 19 من سبتمبر 2015 في رسالته السامية حول الاستراتيجية المندمجة تحت خطة وتنفيذ هذه السياسة وفي في رسالته السامية وزارة الإعداد والتراب
et de son plan.
In order to answer the identified problematic, the land strategy turns around 5 strategies, which are subdivided into 18 strategies. The speculations and non-formulation of rights. Second, strategic access, to modify legal strategies and to adapt them to the reality on the ground. Third, access, restore the intervention capacity of the state and of local collectivities and governments and provide them with action tools. Fourth, reinforce the land strategies. The fifth one is consolidate the land governance. Among the 18 strategies, we have five that are qualified as priority. The first one is about the property of the exploitation for a better productivity of the land. The fifth is facilitate. The fifth is to revise the legal dispositions and provisions with the reality of practice. 11th, enrich the actual cadastre and with the economic and social actions, and to have a multi-usage cadastre. 17th, to implement a governance tool in order to qualify and to implement the national strategy. The national strategy has the role is to monitor the implementation of land strategy and to facilitate the leading and coordination of stakeholders, and to decide as to do the arbitrating, and in order to enhance the deployment of national strategy is to be able to assure a coordination and to involve the actors territory-wise and nation-wide, and also the entities in charge of deployment and to implement the land strategy. Vertical coordination. The outcomes of cadastre in land governance. Modern cadastre is considered as an instrument of knowledge that supports and backs the politics of land administration nationwide. It's an essential basis in order to take insightful decisions. The cadastre plays a role in land governance, in guaranteeing a good administration of the land. I take the case of the cadastre for fiscality. The updated cadastre facilitates the collection of land taxes and also fiscal charges. To give you an example of Côte d'Ivoire, the implementation of cadastral sites has led to struggle against fiscal incivism, rising the rate of taxes into 19% in 2024, amelioration of fiscal revenues, and the modification of fiscal statute. The cadastre for the securitization of land rights. A trusted cadastre helps to guarantee legal transparency, providing clear information about the ownership and the land rights, and to reinforce security and fluidity of real estate transactions. The cadastre is structured. It's an indispensable tool for the management of conflicts related to tenements, and also helps access to debt and contributes in resolving land litigations. I will highlight a very important point about the quality of cadastral information. As I've said, Morocco has a very qualified high-level cadastre. This quality is the precision of the determination of the coordinates of and from 10 to 15 centimeters in urban area and 6 to 7 in rural area. This gives an incentive to investment. As for the information heritage in terms of cadastre and cartography, we have today 7,700,000 land ownership documents, and all the information, a plethora of information about every ownership document. Today, the agency has more than 256 million technical information, from technical data at the level of the cadastre, and which is legal is at the level of the services of land registration. Among the strategic tools to accelerate the land registration and to generalize the land registration, the agency today launches every year 35 territorial communes for the project of land registration of that accounts for 400 million dirhams. This is fully taken in charge and in charge of the agency, and the citizen will not pay any dirham. This is all covered by the agency. The cadastre for the planification and territorial planning. The cadastral information are indispensable for the urban and rural planification and implementation of a planning. The cadastral data combined to other geographic data help develop urbanistic and urban plans, taking into consideration geospatial and land constraints. The evolution of the land, thanks to the cadastre, helps to manage and to administrate the land and to adapt it to regulations in force. The visualization and the exploitation of cadastral data helps to facilitate decision-taking in terms of urban planification and territorial planning, and to provide and to ensure a good planning for the urban territory. Risk management, or natural risk management, or combining risk zones as known as zones of drought and flooding, combined to the data of the cadastral data, is to protect agricultural lands and also lands in general, and it helps to fight against desertification and helps taking decisions. Thank you very much.
شكرا سي مصطفى الكحاك على هذه
must to this precious word, and I think there's interpretations simultaneously. Now, if you allow me, I will talk about in attempt to a presentation that will, in fact, talks about the relationship between and planning and land. This word we
استسمح على هذا
I apologize for these technical issues. My word is under the theme of the strategic role of in order to remind you of some of the important points that you all know, so I can remind you of its there is only two same lands. Every land has its own privacy, and the resources of land they are generational, and the value of the land is the result of its use. The land have no value except if the use and its purpose. The balance development. It has important role, and the Kingdom of Morocco is a great country in this field, and there is many problems. The speakers, previous speakers tackled, and they. As Mr. Mustafa Hakat talked about, the resources of land in the Kingdom of Morocco, there is a division of land, and that is what Mrs. Latifa Nahnahi, the director of land policies, and there is the general beneficiary, and the use of the lands. It's the topic of this beneficiary common interest. The growth of land and the use of it has its relationship, and it's every land we can build on it, and constructions. We should say that, and there is dangers of in some lands they have some dangers, and there is also political will of the country you should build this place or not build it, and it's and also the land that is we can construct on it. It has some conditions, and the environmental, urban or otherwise, or it consists under some legal and technical conditions, and the way that we can use this land for construction. The use of land, it should be planned and not hazardous and random, and we should study the needs, and we should work on technical parts, and so we can know the needs, and to provide the land that goes with these needs, and also the documents of land domain, and also regional, creating regional, and the field is planned and it has conditions. There is some recommendations, just a reminder of the reality. There are some recommendation from the experience that we have. The first recommendations, realism and rationalism in deciding land needs. Land needs, it should be in a way, there's some sort of generosity, and also specializing land growth, and preventing the overuse in spatial constructions. Also the high costs, and also the receptions of the needs, land needs, to protect environment as a priority. And there is some many, also the immediate access of land will make to polarize investment, and also elevate the rate of development, and for a development that has a path, easy path. Guarantees, legal guarantees, and to protect ownership, the land of ownership is a factor for polarizing investment, and to a specific place, making mechanisms of utilizing utilize of the land, the field, for example, creating mechanism in executing the recommendations of the operations of constructions. This talks about constructions, and you know the economical outcomes. There is a relation between movement and on specific land, promoting innovations on many levels, and the ministry make some studies on these acts, and the way of making these guarantees the right of the next generations in land resources. We know that we are temporary in this life, and we should save the land for the next generation, guarantees the rights of the people and visitors, residents and visitors in land resources like children, elderly, old people, people with disabilities, and other poor individuals. The smart implementations of land policies, specifically, and there is a guide of technical from different levels. Following a principle of the use of the multi-purpose for so it can do its role according to the needs. So it can there is a so we cannot go the waste of land, if we can translate this word, following a principle of recreation of collective facilities for many purposes, and we should reuse it for different purposes, and facilitating the access of private investment on land that we should utilize for the interest of collective facilities that benefits the community. Implementing digitalization as a tool to manage the land in a regional or national, and lastly, supporting visions that for the interest of constructions, especially on these new cities that we are building. This new technologies will find its place, and we can implement it on and also in the traditional cities that we rebuild. We rebuild it from history to present and also to the future, according to its capacity on land. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the to Mr. Professor, so I can pronounce its name, the engineer Saad Jalad. جلاب العسيري العنيزي. Go ahead. اللي جات هي هذيك اللي ما جاتش صح اللي ما جاتش
تبعت هنا الأخضر يبدل الأحمر يمر بس بعد طلع هنا هنا الأخضر إيش؟ يبدل الأخضر يمر أيوه وهذا الأحمر وهنا الليزر هنا الليزر أوكي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Be upon you all. Firstly, I would like to thank our brothers in the Kingdom of Morocco for their hosting and reception. And we present to you a study, scientific study on governance, on land governance, that is under the team choosing the right places of on in the east of Riyadh, and it can be in any city, in any region, in any place, or also or it's, using technology and digitalization. We can start with you. For the introduction, many cities of the city in this age of speed in different, and also in for it would prevent all the places that usually we cannot build upon in hydrology, and high places and low places, which was this implemented as a study. We can implement everyone according to every place. There are some pictures here from the floods. The importance of the topic, it's focused on the dangers of floods and low places, and we will find some suitable places from this study for the expansions and to the east of Riyadh. The problem is in many cities in the world, especially millionaire cities like Riyadh and other cities, and the dangers of floods and low places, and the problems that tired make scientists and planners tired, and we can solve this problem. The goals of this study, knowing the depth of these of the channels of waters and flows of waters, and on the east of Riyadh, questions as a study case place the east of Riyadh city, the methodology of the study, the methodology, quantitative methodology, that we analyze a specific the length, the digital length, and getting out the characteristic of flow and the laws, and we integrate these methods and its balances. The methodology of the study, the example of the digital high, and the limitations of the zone of development, and the distance between floods and the places, and into a numeralization. And this is the sources of data. The example of the low digit DEM source, and the development as analyzing data. Firstly, the highs of the study from 573 meters, and this is on the of course we took an example as and the first example, the map of zigzags of these region of the study, Riyadh, we can see here 13%. Thirdly, the maps of flows in the regions, flows in East Riyadh. The map shows there is a six places, and for the and we can see on the table that the waters becomes analyzing the distance between between and six the steps of analyzing weighted sum. Meters and to kilo. This is according to the needs of every region. Our agency, I put it as standards, suitable standards, analyzing, within some categorizing the layer of the distance between flows into three layers. One and three, it's not suitable. One, it's suitable, and two, it's not suitable. And also, this, and according to every city and according, it's a majority filter in eliminating. Of course, the final map of we can see clearly here with this. We have suitable places. 226 kilo, which means 34%. 330, which means 40. Of course, places that are not suitable. If we can come back to the map, in the red color, as you can see, it's not suitable. Either we can in low places or places with waters, and the places are not suitable 110, which means 16%. And recommendations first put standard hydrological standard, geomorphologic and hydrological standards from governments, and also generalizing these studies in all regions of the KSA before initiating any future plan. And we see this in generalizing these study in all the places of KSA before starting any plan. And also thirdly, creating flows. Fourthly, implementing these studies in region that its grow and its current solutions of places is not suitable for construction. Of course, I thank you for your attention, and inshallah we finished by the word of God. Thank you. Thank you.
هذه المداخلة الغنية، شكرا لكم. الآن إذا سمحتم نفتح باب النقاش، ويعني من أراد أن يتفضل بطلب الكلمة نعمل لائحة إذا سمحتم، ومن بعد اللائحة يعني غادي نعطي الكلمة لكل متدخلين حسب دوره. تفضل السي، غادي نسجل سميتك اذا شفت مزيان كتشوف السي المكاوي. وي وي خصني نشوف حتى قدامي، عندك الحق مدام حمطامي. انظر يمينا ويسارا فوقا وتحتا، أرى عيونا تريد أن تتكلم ولكن أيدي لا ترتفع. تفضل، يمكن تفضل بسميتكم. نعم. إذا طارق، السيد طارق. سأسجل بعض الأسماء عنوة. ها؟ إني أرى رؤوسا. سيدة بدرية مديرة التعمير، لا بد أن نسمع صوتها. لها لا شك أن لها ما تتحفنا به من تجربتها. الأخ تفضل. الدكتور صلاح معمار. سأقول الدكتور صلاح، ها؟ حتى نسهل الأمر. إذا عندنا 1 2 3 4 5 متدخلين. نبدأ باللائحة الخمسة ومن بعد إن شاء الله نزيد إلى متدخلين آخرين. إذا السيد مكاوي تفضل. اسكي ميكرو بارودور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. بداية جزيل الشكر لكل السادة المتدخلين، وأخص منهم بالذكر ممثلي مديرية إعداد التراب الوطني والسيد ممثل الوكالة الوطنية للمحافظة العقارية والمسح العقاري والخرائطية. وأشيد بالدور الذي يقومان به في خدمة سؤال التنمية في المغرب. سؤال العقار والتنمية هو سؤال معقد، ويعني به محاور عديدة، والإجابة عليه ليست بالسهلة. لكن أعتقد في تقديري الخاص أول سؤال يجب أن نطرحه، وهو بالمناسبة ينطلي على معادلة صعبة صعوبة واقعها على شاكلة من سبق، هل البيضة أم الدجاجة؟ السؤال يرتبط بتصورنا، هل الفرصة العقارية أو العقار هو الذي يحدد مسار تخطيطنا، أم أن التخطيط بمعنى أن الاحتياجات التي يعني نشخصها هي التي تحدد تخطيطنا للعقار؟ أعتقد أن الإجابة على هذه المعادلة هي بطبيعة الحال ليست يعني مطلقة، هي نسبية. لكن أعتقد ما شاء الله من خلال تجربتكم يعني القيمة، حبذا لو تعطونا يعني الخطوط العريضة اللي يعني استخلصتموها من خلال تجربتكم للإجابة على هذا السؤال. وشكرا.
شكرا سي مكاوي. سيجيبكم يعني المتدخل الذي يعني تكلم عن هذا الموضوع. أعطي الكلمة إذا انتظروا إن شاء الله الجواب. أعطي الكلمة السيدة حمتامي، مديرة الوكالة الحضرية للقنيطرة، وسيدي قاسم وسيدي سليمان. عندها تعدد في الأقاليم.
شكرا سي بكتوري. Tout d'abord, effectivement, je voudrais remercier tout.
Yes, indeed. I would like to thank all the people. So I was told to give a testimony. So yes, indeed, as you know, urbanization has an impact on society, on the economy, on the environment. So yes, indeed, as we extend our land, there is land that is dedicated to agriculture that changes to answer the demand for a habitat for industrial areas, and that reduces the amount of fertile land that can be used for agriculture. But even beyond that, those lands can no longer be used for agriculture. So all the regions are aware of this issue. An issue that is translated into two processes. There is a process that shows the will of the state for having urbanization by having a document that introduces the periphery of the city from agriculture zone to a public zone. So this is an added value process that answers the need and the needs and also based on the will. Then there is another process that we're the victim of, which is the proliferation of non-regulated constructions around a small village, and this is the reduction of agricultural land. And this is a process that doesn't generate any added value. So this is also urbanization. So there are two processes. There is the official process that goes through planning, and then there is the non-official process where people just build next to the wall. So we need, so there is the first approach, which is the strategic planning, and we have objectives, which is sustainable management of our resources, and it also has for objective reorganizing the urban pool by finding the right balance between the different poles, and therefore protect the agricultural land. The second approach So we are aware of this problem of urban expansion, and we are now creating cities, and we're creating compact cities. So in some territories, we are trying to have tall cities, vertical development instead of horizontal development, in order not to use the agricultural land. Then there is another approach which that is operational, where we put a framework to the non-regulatory construction. So we did some studies, and we introduced infrastructure, introduced the equipment like sanitation, water, etc., to make those areas areas that answer the need of that population that lives there. So then there is another approach that we start using, which is planning. So we introduce it in the planning. It is setting limits to the villages, to the douar. So to avoid using the agricultural land, we encourage the rural population to group themselves in villages, and so we can introduce the sanitation, the water, the electricity for these people, so they can live in dignity and avoid them spreading out all over the whole territory, creating many douars, many villages, and limiting the agriculture land. And then another approach that I can also mention, it is the approach of digital planning. So we are introducing some new platforms in order to have all the data, all the information to support decision making through a digital platform. For example, we introduce our guidelines, our plans, the studies, the limits, so that we can have better control of our territories, and so we can have the adequate control. And I think I will stop right here. Thank you.
تصفيقاتكم الحقيقة هي.
Thank you very much.
أعرف كثيرا هذه التجربة هي تجربة غنية جدا تقوم بها الوكالة الحضرية، وتعرفون أن يعني مدن تقع في محيط فلاحي.
One of the wishes of seas in Morocco and the region of West, and I know you're suffering in protecting the resources, agricultural sources. I give the word. Thank you, Ms. Hantari. The word to Mr. Mr. Peace be upon you, from Egypt, according the region of Riyadh, and the topic of flowings and prevention of flowing. You do a scientific study and I do a model, and I see what model that I did, and I revise it, and I test the waters, it is flowing, and its effects and the guarantees of these models. It is I do a simulations of these models, so I can do it in this is true. You talk about okay. The percentage of flow, correct? We cannot do it. This study I talk about in the beginning, that needs needs that the idea is a government plan, and that it will add to it any standards, and the idea is what's important. We can add the percentage of flowing, maps, and many more, and the percentage of flowing, and can add to it. The idea is the governments of land, spatial land, and thank you. Thank you. I want to add something. We now live in a stage of climate that is not persistent, and there is climate change, and we witness it now, and we live in this stage. The word now to Mr. Bedriya Ben Jalul, the director of. We can listen to it. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baduri. If allow me, first I want to thank all today people that is witness here in the room, and the people with us from KSA. Firstly, I want to mention a point. I will talk in French.
Avec nous dans cette salle. Un grand, on va dire, échantillonnage de territoire. Nous avons avec nous les gens de Dakhla, les gens de Oujda, les gens de Fès, de Stat, de Esfi, de Taza, de Mknes, de
Khenifra, Kinetra, Sawira. Sorry if I miss someone. Jadida, just to tell you that today the act of planify is preceded by a governance, and this governance in Morocco is represented by urban agencies. In Morocco, we have 30 urban agencies. We have therefore 30 experts who have a mission to planify the territory. Myself, I am at the central level at the direction of urbanism, which belongs to the Ministry of too much intervention dimensions, and it's not for granted. We have urbanism, territory planning. Why? Because in the planification action we have to answer all these criteria and to see purpose and to create coherence when we planify. We planify through a tool, as in the world we have strategic planification 20-25 years, and the planification of use of land as everywhere. And now in the practice of this planification, we have assessed that we have interrogated, we have an intertwined couple. It's a couple. We cannot. We cannot separate urban and planification and land planification. I would like to thank my friend Mr. Khak, who has presented the guidelines and the landmarks of the planification, and the efforts made by INFCC, which is not that easy, is to secure this land. You have seen through the intervention of Madame Nahnahid, the devastation of land status and the complexity in order to mobilize this land. As a key, we have to register it and to secure this land. We are using approaches of registration. The holistic approach of registration, through this we can project a policy of the state which will be implemented, and we have the prerequisites of the plan of the land registration. In this strategic planification, Mr. Bragduri, our professor, because he is teacher and he makes urbanism documents too, he decided to accompany us in the elaboration and the making of these documents, and in order to define the administrative perimeters. We have the perimeters, the territorial coherence, where we treat the urban and the semi-urban and the rural too. We tackle different levels of territory, as Madame Nahnahi has tackled, emergent, intermittent, and remote, rural, and the rural to be protected for the objectives that you all know, the agricultural lands for food security. The first thing when we planify, I say first of all, there is a risk. The first thing is to know the risk, to know about the risk, and this knowledge about risk and awareness, we have done it through what we call the layer 0, which doesn't not only treat the floods but also avalanches and tsunami. Why? Because the effects of climate change, we live them, we witness them. We have lived the house earthquake. You have seen them all over the world. I think at the level of the Riyadh, which is something that you live nowadays. We are in fluctuations between drought periods and high precipitation period. In taking into consideration the notion of risk, it's not a risk in itself, it's not a natural risk, but it's also industrial and technological risk. It's an economic risk and sanitary one too. The crisis of COVID-19 was a lesson for all of us because it changed our lifestyle. We are not planifying in the same way. Many people work from home. There is the digital platforms that have changed everything. We have to planify in different manners and to change our way of planification. The urbanism of the city of Quarter, when we planify the resource, the land resource, we have to optimize it. And this planification of the resource, of land for resource, we have to do so our lifestyle be accessible on the foot in a 15-minute or quarter trajectory. You have to work for proximity. We talked about the question of the public utility. We have revised the way of programming these public equipments. Why? Because we have realized that we are overwhelmed by the used land. We have revised this into decrease, and today the land resource has a price, and if we mobilize it, is that to be implemented. We have witnessed and experienced with the different experts of the urban agencies the new generation planning regulation, which we call 2.0. It's about the fixed rule, which is in place of the alternative rule. Document of urbanism. It gives us the way we use the land, and it gives the value to this land through urban value. We are in a principle of participation and contribution to what we call the financement of urbanism, funding of urbanism. First, it's a contribution in nature, in kind contribution. It's a parcel, it's a part of land that we keep, and you can use it in order to realize, in order to achieve, to make an equipment, or when we will manage well the land, the urban quality on the ground, through to increasing of the permeability of the land coefficient. And we have shared with you, have the same problematics. We live the same challenges we have today to innovate in the way we planify. Today we have to planify the territorial coherence and the risk. We have to planify, let's say, the rational use of the land without forgetting all the possibilities that are provided by technology of the digital platform. I have talked about this morning. Today we are working about on a pilot platform to use AI for the benefit of this planification. Why? Because this is so-called big data, and this can be well analyzed and interpreted by AI, and it may give us the multi-layers, and this can correct our urbanism acts, our choices in urbanism, and to help us in taking our decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Badria, for this presentation. I was right when I involved her to talk here with us. Dr. Salah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا ل
Good afternoon. Thank you, the Kingdom of Morocco, with its ministries and hospitable people, Salah Mi'mar, assistants in the General Commission of Land and Properties. I have a question to the experts. I hope they can answer me. Is it expected in the third edition of the Arab Conference? Can we expect in the 10th edition to change, to have a different challenges? So because the challenges, I'm feeling that there is a kind of fear about the urban expansion. We don't have a problem with lands like in Europe. We have a wide range of lands, and also the cost might be different, and it is even less than the one in Europe. And the land is not the land is not crucial the way it was, which I mean, if I need something, I can order it online, and I can get delivery. Many jobs became online. So even the existence of a whole community that was required and it was expensive, it's not needed in the civil expansion, and yet we still fear and doubtful about civil expansion. So, what is the roadmap, and how can we say in the 10th edition to say that we successfully expanded and we controlled the cost, for example, of electricity with the solar energy? So, can we draw an urban expansion planning, and to make it a dream that comes true? Thank you. In my opinion, you are right, because there are deep changes that took place in the digital world. The digital solutions give us new ways to deal with the space and land. As you said, that these innovations and what we used to do is we have to behave differently with different approaches, and surely this idea will be among the recommendations of this session. Hopefully that there will be a scientific committee, scientific Arab committee that deals rationally with the land issue and with the futuristic approach. So are there any other intervention? Please provide the name so I can put you in the list.
اسمحوا لي.
We were asked to leave the room. Apparently there is another activity. Am I correct? We will still have some minutes. I am sorry from speakers. After your permission to pass directly to the recommendations. I'm sorry, okay? Sincerely, right? we give the floor to Mr. Khalid to give us the recommendations that sprang out from this session. Thank you, Mr. Bekdouri. In fact, it is difficult to summarize and present all the interventions in a brief way, because all what it has been said was valuable scientifically speaking, but we are obliged to do so, and I will proceed by reading some summaries, some recommendations that were spoken by some speakers. So, more in the context of the efforts of promotion in the Arab states, the third conference, the third edition of the third Arab Conference on Land was held by the intervention and participation of different experts. This conference came to shed light on the importance of real estate and land as as an engine of economy in order to think about innovative solutions to make it sustainable and resilient. Based on that, we have to mention the general context of these interventions. The interventions presented different backgrounds and strategies that construct the general framework regarding the real estate, especially the royal instructions that of the national policy in the conference held in December, although the big reforms were presented according to the new constitution of 2011 and the new model of development. In addition to that, governmental projects were presented in terms of and the creation of the Ministerial Committee of Real Estate Integration. In the end, we have to bear in mind the challenges by the demographic change and also the rural and urban challenges. So, from this general framework, the speakers and the participants in the conference they reiterated and emphasized that real estate is a lever of economic development and creating jobs and employment and promoting national economy. The third point that property and land is a pillar to establish social justice and to shrink the discrepancies and differences in social classes and also in infrastructures and economic activities. Also, real estate represents a strategic tool to direct public policies and establish and implement the programmed project in terms of administrative urban plannings. In the end, the participants, the speakers, considered real estate as a natural resource that should be sustained and maintained for next generation by adopting responsible practices while using it. Taking into consideration all these notes that were discussed by the speakers, there is a reality that we have to mention. A reality with its challenges and horizons. This reality is characterized by a complex real estate situation with rigid regulations and also irrational use of lands. In addition, the difficulty to provide the right land spaces for urban expansions. There is also difficulty to get information about properties, urban expansions on the on agricultural land without it, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, and also the making of or the artification of agricultural lands. So that's there are also different recommendations, administrative and legal, such as securing the access to the real estate by simplifying the administrative procedures and overcoming the legal system, revising and adapting the legal framework according to the laws related to the planning, to the regional and territorial planning. Practical procedures to protect the ownership, creating national institutions of land management on a local and regional level, also relying on contracts and partnerships between private and public sectors with a common objective to establish sustainable development. Also, adopting efficient tools in order to limit the land smuggling and creating a national register for several use. Also, recommendations from Mr. Bagduri, Nahnahi, and Nahi Hamtami, and Badriya. They give us some key elements in terms of operational procedures. For example, valorization and highlighting the strategic reserves of lands, also improving the standards and limiting the illegal or unorganized urban expansion, adopting new approaches that target a balanced urban growth and better use of lands, also put in rational mechanisms to better use the lands according to resilience and new needs, encouraging innovation with the different urban models, with the smart implementation of urban references according to different urban forms. Providing different urban offers according to all social classes, also adopting the collective equipment of local government and relying on digitalization and the new tools and And as Madam Director said, is to generalize the use of maps of urbanizations and risk assessment maps. Also, promoting governance with futuristic approach in short and long term, and also using or considering the real estate as a natural resource and enhancing transparency and good governance and real estate justice, and also simplifying getting the information and promoting the use of digital tools in terms of preservation and enhancing and promoting the legal and regulatory systems to limit the conflict and simplifying the access. Also making this accessibility cost effective, and also providing all the different simplifying in the paperwork of for land acquisition, and providing geographical information for good governance. So the impact of this vision will create the balance between the Arab state, will it improve its competitivity and attraction on an international way, also improving the urban functions and improving the emerging cities and the links between urban and rural areas by providing similar policies, and also creating justice in providing infrastructure, and lastly developing a real estate system that will allow to different stakeholders and investors to make informed decisions based on exact data. In the end, I would like to end with three main points. First of all, the importance of exchanging best practices between the Arab states in terms of land management, also promoting regional cooperation by establishing new partnerships between Arab states, by developing whole land systems, also developing new discussion platforms. Also, the participants expressed their gratitude to all the organizers, and they are looking forward for these meetings to continue in order to promote the Arab cooperation, and peace be upon you.
شكرا سي حسن خرميش.
Bravo on this short time, and he gave us the cream that the expressed correctly, and I thank you for your attention and your participation until another meeting. Thank you so much.
أريد أن أخبر السادة الحاضرين بأن الجلسة التي بعد هذه ستبدأ الآن. يعني كان هناك 30 دقيقة للاستراحة، فالآن استهلكناها. شكرا.
متأكد؟
نركب دي كمان عندنا الاثنين.
لكن اللي كي Test 1, 2, C.
الو
السلام عليكم. مساء الخير. اعتقد احنا نحتاج نبدا لان طبعا في احنا اخر اليوم وللاسف كل التاخيرات بتيجي علينا، فاحب ارحب بحضراتكم. ممثل مصر في هذه النتورك، ويسعدني النهارده ان انا اكون المودريتور للسيشن الخاصه بال AI powered geospatial solutions integrating national spatial data infrastructure for effective land and asset management. في السيشن النهارده هيكون بنتكلم اكتر national spatial data infrastructure، وهنكون متحدثين بتوعنا مهندس وسام عبد الفتاح بزنس كونسلتنت في ايدج برو فور انفورميشن سيستمز. باشمهندس وسام لو تتفضل. ومهندس طارق جوده من هيئه المساحه المصريه Head of Mapping Sector. Engineer Jean Daniel, Vice President of Sales and Marketing on Omeo Space. Please join the stage here. And engineer مهندسة أمل الشرنوبي business consultant في Edge Pro. وهيكون في عرض في الآخر قصير من وزارة التخطيط من جمهورية مصر العربية. هيبدأ البرزنتيشن بتاعتنا من مهندس وسام. Engineer وسام عبد الفتاح is a seasoned expert in remote sensing. He is consultant in geographic GIS. He did a lot of work in terms of collaboration with various entities. He is a civil engineer. Then he was trained in GIS. He is working with various, let me see here. He varies with Edge Pro now for quite some time, and his experience spans more than 20 years. مش عايزه اخد وقت اكتر من كده، واللي نبدا بالبرزنتيشنز لان هي هتكون يعني مفيده باذن الله. اتفضل يا باشمهندس وسام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا دكتور هبه. احنا طبعا هنعرض على حضراتكم التطور بتاع مشروع البنيه المعلوماتيه المكانيه اللي هو الايجيبشن ناشونال سبيشال داتا انفراستراكشر. في البدايه بس هسمحوا لي نعرف نفسنا. احنا شركه ايدج برو الشركه المنفذه للمشروع. شركه اتاسست من 20 سنه.
Experts of more than 300 person, and we executed more than 300 projects with the 200 agents, and the goal is information system. We need in a position or location that we know, we give it the flavor of location.
مجموعه من الشراكات بيننا وبين الشركات العالميه اللي بتستخدم
with satellite vendors that we have space imagings and planets and EMU, and we have Schneider's for screens, and the geographical scope of Middle East and Africa. We will start today. The topic is huge and it takes years, and the beginning the initiative of Egypt, and we make the system of NSDI. We partnership with the defense ministry, and we the academic of policies and to the situations, and this is the real start. And we studied all. Our main goal is we put our scopes in definitions, and we concluded that we in the NSDI we can save all the tools and policies and characteristics and experts on many things, and if we do it, we will do an SDI capture, process, and share and deliver. And we concluded on this. We discovered that we to produce data or air imaging, and also we must promote the value. We should not be limited in, and we take advantage of this data, and we capture data and process the data, and then transfer the data into information and deliver it. And anyone, not anyone, and we share it and from the value of it. And when I expose the thing, we should take advantage of it. Our first goal is we collected all goals. I will conclude it in one word or two. Unify the characteristic of my map, and I would put unified characteristic of the state, and I will put them in one map, and so I can help the map survey, the Egyptian survey. The scope that we will work on is the first we decision making maker in many institutions. We have 3 levels, from the strategic level to the functional level. Every one of them, it's we have everyone have different. On the world, they have globally they have many levels. The decisions that were taken back then, we will work on the national level and local level, and these the parties worked on the local level, and the start in instead the operation of the SDI, and the challenges that we faced are mainly all experts in the field of geoinformatics all should work with us in the center, in the infrastructure that we need. They should have data, geographical data, and we should have a space, and we should have all that. The second thing, all party should the ownership rights, and we have the experts. We should they save their ownership, and they deliver to the other party, and we conclude on what we need. We should achieve that all etc. And everyone should. This is a huge challenge, and we should do it. And we should make them work without the application. Different sources from industry, agricultures, things that are all things from the old era and etc. And there is a shift between the data, and the schema, and attributes. When we write the word district, one would write D, and one other would write district. This is a challenge that we should tackle. After we study the challenges and we know our goals, we should work that we separate the parties to sectors. The one sector is data provider, which is this. In the field of it has operations that actually function, and we must function, and we take advantage of it. We take its data, and every party should be responsible of its data, and the data viewers needs to develop themselves and start utilizing systems, and to improve their performance, and they don't have a system, but we can assist them and we teach them without working so much. How can the experts from the expert to the manager, we facilitate operation. Because of the last party parts, we separated to base maps, all maps that are we have all parties. It has a party of geographical part, and we can it separate a district or anything, and plus engage entity base maps. We take the geographical map, and finally we have a unified map, engaged in CDI plus engaged entity minus base map. I build the final map. The second type of data is specialized maps, and I'm not like agriculture data, engineering data, and every engineer crops in agriculture. It's engineered maps, and I do referencing to it, and I engaged in it. I'm not concerned with taking data. And in this lane, we demonstrated our goal, and we talked our own challenges and the types of users, and how what can we do with data, and how we can make complex puzzle down all this. And if it's infrastructure as service, I will give you a service and give me a. And we have in the Ministry of Planning, and we make units, its servers, and it have on the party that needs this service. The tiny thing, I will provide you as base sources, and I will make according to the need and all the people that need. The third thing is we talked about cannot build a center that has many specialties, and I can show you how it works. And we work platform as a service. Every party has a platform. A platform that we can make the application. My applications, we don't have time, and we will we'll see workflow and how we can update the base. And if we have a new school, I separate it, and I will tell the server to how I can do that. At start, I can begin with defining the logo flow, and then I will conclude, because we don't have time, and we do I will nodes route, and we will do the route, and then I will do the first step, and I put the ID when I draw a school, let's say, and then put I would the text box, and then I will download a list, and so on, and I would put actions the bottom below, and then I would configure without being a programmer, and I put a configuration, and I give you a platform so you can make application without being a programmer, and that's how we can work. And it will, you put the ID, the user word and password, and it will open, and et voila, you see, you zoom in and right click, and this is the node that I put. You fill in the data that you want, and then we put the click, and then we put a virtual data. So when, in order to draw my school, and I said educational buildings, and this is the school. Finally, and when we add it, We have it in the SDI and the party of where I can put and it goes with the standards. The second thing we can do indicators of performance. The decision maker you want to put this choose. For example, it's like I'm working with Excel. I put the chart whatever I choose, and then I put the charts, and after that, it shows that here there is indexes of performances, electricity, water, etc. Who did this? The same party. This is the characteristic that I have the platform. And then the software, the service, it puts we can do all that. The final thing is the native as a service. We are used to work on this program, and you are native of it, and we will put it in the web. It will offer you service, and we'll put it the program as the AA. And for example, I put a picture here, desktop. We put a human as a service is the head of the pyramid, and the anything that we use, and the center has many experts that will aid all parties. The stages of the first stage is the initiation or establishment of the center, and then we have data that okay. And then the second thing, expansions, is increasing participating parties, and every party make their applications. And the last part is service providing. I connect universities and research institute, public and private sectors, and citizens, and I put paying service for citizens. Everyone who wants from he will from the SDI, and I will give you the money. This is our plan. Finally, we have many annex centers, SDA, the center of creating maps, cadastral and real estate registration, and National Spatial Number Center. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome.
وسام. باشمهندس طارق دلوقتي هيكلمنا على terms والسبيسيفيكيشنز ازاي تعمل خريطه الاساس الخاصه بالNSDI. باشمهندس طارق هو رئيس قطاع الخرائط في هيئه المساحه المصريه، بخبره اكثر من 30 عام في مناطق مختلفه من مصر، وحاصل على ماسترز من الITC. باشمهندس طارق اتفضل.
السلام عليكم. طبعا الوقت متأخر جدا واليوم طويل، أتمنى أن ما أكونش ضيف تقيل عليكم. يعني وسام يعني يقول إيه ساعدني وإدى بريف على موضوع الSDI. إحنا كهيئة مساحة يمكن بدأنا قبل إيدج برو في موضوع الSDI، وبعد كده كملنا مع إيدج برو. فكانت البداية في الSDI إن أنا أبدأ أشتغل. طبعا مشاكل SDI او مشاكل الخرائط موجوده عموما في مصر او في معظم الدول العربيه، بيكون في اكتر من جهه بتعمل انتاج خريطي، ومبقاش في تكامل ما بين الداتا وبعضها، مفيش ستاندرد موجوده. ما كانش في اي ستاندرد موجوده. بدانا نقف نحط النقط على نقول ايه، حطينا اسس نشتغل عليها، عملنا ستاندرد. استفدنا ان يبقى في ريفرنس سيستم واحد يجمع كل العاملين في مجال الخرائط مع بعض. الهيئه فيها كورس ستيشن شغاله من 2011. بدانا نجمع كل الناس في ريفرنس واحد، وعندنا انتشار للمحطات على مستوى الجمهوريه في الرقعه الزراعيه فيما يخص الجزء العمراني اللي كل الدوله بتنادي عليه. اوكي. طبعا دي الاسباب اللي موجوده اللي دعتنا نستخدم الاس دي اي. المواصفات برضو يمكن شاركنا بالصدفه فيها، كان احد الزملاء اللي موجودين معانا الدكتور ايمن كان معانا في لجنه، تشكلت لجنه من الوزاره فيها كافه الجهات المعنيه
represented by producing maps and all experts in research in the field of creating maps. We have characteristics of maps in general in Egypt in from 1 scale to 200 and 500. This and we talk in the same lane, and we work and will help and we have the integration between that and the two unified base map. We must think that we can unified based map that connects all the state entities and everyone work in the JOS.
طبعا كل ده بنفكرنا فيه ان لازم اشتغل من خلال اليو ان جي جي ام الاي جي اف في الفريم ورك بتاعه، وان انا بستخدم نفس الخطوات اللي موجوده اللي بتنظمها اللجنه العربيه لخبراء الامم المتحده. دي برضو الاستراتيجيات والتسع محاور الاساسيه اللي موجوده. اتكلمنا على الداتا، الانوفيشن، الستاندرد، الشراكه مع القطاع الخاص، وبرضه دي اشتغلنا فيها كتير. الكباسيتي بيلدينج عملنا كميه تدريب وكوادر وشراكه مع الجامعات في تدريب الناس. الشراكه مع القطاع الخاص، في الدوله انشات وثيقه اسمها سياسه الملكيه، سياسه ملكيه الدوله، اللي بنقول ايه، بتساعد وبتخلي الناس كلها تعمل شراكه مع القطاع الخاص بصفه متحرر عن القطاع الحكومي في مجالات كتيره جدا. يقدر يعين افراد لفترات معينه صغيره على حسب المشروع، مختلف عن القطاع الحكومي اللي بيتعين بيفضل معايا دائم في طول الوقت. خريطه الاساس بتغطي الرقعه الزراعيه والمناطق الحضريه في مصر. اتعملت كفرج كامله لمصر بخرائط سكيل 1/2500. وكان الهدف منها طبعا ان نعمل الخرائط واعمل لها تحديث دوري بصفه دايمه، عشان الخريطه لو مش محدثه هتيجي مع الوقت مش هيبقى ليها فايده. بعمل تكامل ما بين الداتا اللي موجوده في الداتا الوصفيه مع داتا الخرائط. الستاندرد اتكلمنا عليها، ان انا برضو بستخدم برضو الشبكه اللي موجوده بتاعت هيئه المساحه، شبكه الثوابت الارضيه اللي موجوده في هيئه المساحه، ان هي اساس لانتاج الخرائط على مستوى الجمهوريه. وطبعا دون في بيساند الرؤيه اللي الهيئه حطها واللي الدوله حطها في رؤيه 2030. الشراكه واللي كانت موجوده مع البيز ماب الاس دي اي، كان مشاركين فيه هيئه المساحه العسكريه، وزاره التخطيط، ومع القطاع الخاص اللي كان بيشاركوا شركه ENG Pro. نقول تقريبا معظم الحاجات الكومبوننت نفسها اللي موجوده، المنطقه اللي كانت تغطي الرقعه الزراعيه اللي محدده باللون الاحمر واللون الازرق، ودي بتغطي حوالي فوق اكثر من 100,000 كيلومتر مربع بدق من صور جويه، او اتعملت صور فضائيه الاول، كانت الاول صور جويه وبعد كده اتنقلت لصور فضائيه دقتها 30 سم، بحيث انتج منها الخرائط 2500. اتعملت الخرائط كلها من الصور، وعدد اللايرز اللي موجوده كانت بتصل الى 60 لاير مختلفه فيها كل المباني وكل الشوارع والمجال المائيه، واتعملت من خلال الجيو داتابيز اللي هو الانسبايرد ستاندرد اللي موجود قدامي. ده كان الكومبوننت نفسها بتاعه الانس دي اي، كان في سوفت وير وفي ورك ستيشنز موجوده، في ناس بتوع الجي اي اس، وفي الصور الجويه او الصور الفضائيه. اللي اتعمل والنتائج بتاعته، عملنا 125,000 كيلومتر مربع من خرائط 1 ل 2500. اتعملت على كذا مرحله. المرحله الاولى كانت غطت 49,000 كيلومتر مربع، المرحله الثانيه حوالي 25,000 والفتره الزمنيه محدده. الفتره الثالثه كانت الاخيره حوالي 50,000، وجينا بدانا نمسك الجزء الاولاني اللي بدا وعملنا له تحديث بعد كده في الفتره من 23 ل 24. شكرا.
شكرا باشمهندس طارق برضه للالتزام بالوقت. Now we move to engineer Jean Daniel. He's the vice president of
هو يشتغل ب
I'm going to show you nice pictures because this is what we do. Okay. So my name is. Can we have this on the back on the panel? Perfect. Thank you. Is it okay if I speak English for everyone? Okay, good. Okay, so we are a satellite operator, and we're taking pictures, and we give work to these gentlemen and ladies who are working hard to make something out of it. Okay, so, okay. We are operating almost 100 satellites, and these little birds are taking pictures all over the Earth and delivering this to you, whoever needs this, to do maps, to do intelligence, to extract features, to extract information. We do this from 30 centimeter to 5 meter and even above, but today I'm going to focus on the 50 centimeter because this is what is really applicable for large area mapping and agricultural lands. So, for instance, this is a picture of Qibn Salah في المغرب. So you can see here, this is agricultural land, and when we zoom in, this is the resolution that we can get, okay? 50 centimeter, this is what you can extract from 50 centimeter imagery. So you can see the roads, you can see the buildings, you can see the roundabouts, you can even see sometimes the lines on the road, and of course you can see the plot, the delineation of each plot. So with Edge Pro, and I thank you, Edge Pro, for inviting me on stage today, we are giving them access to a huge amount of data because together we're doing this change detection project in Egypt. It's a project that has been lasting for 4 years now, and we're collecting every quarter the more than 150,000 square kilometers over Egypt to refresh the data and give them the possibility to do change detection. Okay, so this is what we're collecting. You can see in Egypt we are focusing on the Nile Delta, the Nile Valley, and the coast. And each time we are delivering this online. So when we collect the data, we give them access to it. They can compare to the previous collection from last quarter and detect the changes. The main purpose of this is to detect the change detection. Is it legal? Is it illegal? And then to take action. So you can see here what we collect, and you can see an example of what it looks like for the agricultural part. Okay, this is another example on our portal. You can check the difference between season or dates. Okay, this is an example between November 23 and April 23. So by just scrolling, you will see the difference between cultural aspects of the land. I'm going fast because I know you guys are tired. This is another example, Saudi Arabia. We are automatically extracting the trees and counting the trees. Okay, so you can see this is the global area in Saudi Arabia. And this is each tree that we identify. We use false color to detect the vegetation and to identify the number of trees. And how can we do that? Because we have access to a very specific constellation. This is a constellation that is unique on the market. It's 9 satellites, and they have the ability to collect 150 kilometers swath. Okay, the width of the the footprint is 150 kilometers. As you can see here, this is an example of Saudi Arabia, which is large territory, 2 million square kilometers. with the 9 satellites, we could actually collect the entire territory at 50 centimeters in 5 days. Actually, we could do even faster than this, but usually it's not necessary. But that gives you an idea of what we could do over the global landmass on the Earth. Very quickly, we can refresh the data. Another example, this is agricultural land in Tabuk in Saudi Arabia. And you can see the level of details here. You can identify each of the trees. You can identify when people are digging on the ground. And you can even see the greenhouses. Another example on our portal, I think this is in Tunisia. I took some specific example all over the Arab lands. So this is an example in Tunisia. Again, you can see the difference of culture between seasons. And when you zoom in, actually, I hope you understood this. The small square here in yellow, when you zoom in, this is what you get at full resolution, okay? So you can see even the paths of the agriculture vehicles going on the land. Eventually, this is an example, I think another example in Egypt. So when we zoom in on this small rectangle over here, this is the level of detail that you get. You can see each building, of course. This is farmer buildings, and you can see each of the plots. I think on this one, it reflects because it's like tarp. I don't know how to say this. Des bâches. I think tarp in English. Final one, I think this is in Iraq. So you can see again, we're zooming in on this small part of the land, and you will see the road, you will see each plot. You can actually delineate each plot very easily. Final pictures, I want to show you what we can achieve with change detection. So when we're taking a picture at different dates, we can ask the AI to extract some information and to see some changes. In that example, for instance, we asked the AI to identify new buildings or areas of construction. And you will see in the next slide, we see the difference, okay? You see new building, new roof, or digging in the lands. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to wake you up a little bit with some nice pictures. Thank you very much.
So I think now we have a good idea about the NSDI أو المتغيرات المكانية. هيكلمنا أكتر عليها مهندس وسام. الابليكيشنز شوية.
Engineer. Engineer. Go ahead. We will and we it's not based on infrastructure on the pyramid that we created. Our building at the first is the center of spatial changes. If we look at this picture here, before in 25 January, and now if we see between all buildings that it is not existed in the previous previous time, and we can prevent this phenomenon, and how we can solve it, and we can prevent from it. This is the base of creating the Special Changes Center. Main stakeholders that are partnered with us are the part. This is the part of the operations. At the beginning, the Ministry of Planning, Economic Development, and International Cooperation, and they put that in the. I name them changes, and all regions again they will take the report from from the place, and they will work on it. This is the part where this is the development is the ministry that it is keep on date all the informations, and ministries that have lands, private lands, it update taken in dates, and of course Republic presidency look into all details. The principle, the main principle consists of 30 experts that worked on programs of satellite imaging, and they have manager, team leaders, and analytic, etc. We based upon on satellite images, so we can conclude it changed, and 30 centime to 50 centime. It's hard to capture daily, but we high level, new level. We have all the capabilities, and we see the change that happening from the governmental center. Every region has, every state have 20. They work on a system that is they have every region have instruction. If there is malfunction in the internet, it will be still work, and they have 290 branches in our governmental government of Egypt. They monitor, and they reply to the region. And then the main changes, they will conclude all the changes, and and they will give it to the regions, and it will give all the details of the field, and from the centers. After the field download data, and it will do quality control on it, and it will come back to the principal center, and that we will eat the ministry and the regions and all sectors that will do or know how to functions. And this is finally I want to give you a small example of this specific regions. I can choose from any regions, any place that I want to follow, or any all from this link. Do I see the data, if this is legal or not legal, inspectively, or and finally I can make this as explode. I download it on Excel or print it or anything I want. This is in a nutshell, because of the time we don't have much time. This is in a nutshell what we see, and this is and we can have don't know the 1 million changes, and we outcome, we created an outcome 70 million to billion EGB to the country, and we do well in this period. The other thing that I want to talk about is registration, real estate registration. We will sum it up because we don't have much time. Egypt have a law of that we registration of real estate. The law, if I want to registrate real estate, there is an important thing in the country, and the decision, and we initiated the decision on the 7th of May 2022, and the party of the turn in most of the demands of real estate, and it will take the measures and the lands that you want, and you register it in the contract, and the contract that you have, and the space that you have, and the first step that we told from the system of the registration that we took. The topic here that was made from in Ramadan, and it was in May. This is one day after Eid, and this is because of the infrastructure in SDI, we could apply systems and implement programs that will do well in the matter. Objectives. Objectives. Our objectives is facilitating services for citizens in obtaining the cadastral survey. If we look at the stakeholders, first citizen, and the Ministry of Planning, Economic and Development and International Cooperation. And this is the three main keys elements. And they deal with the audience and more than a huge number of centers that make sure that this land or this unit is correct in the plan, the correct plan. After that, the role of the private sector starts. It does a downloading data and from 18 company and we have 232 office that deliver receive the results of the download of that. We cannot explain all that, but we can we have I can go to this website, or I can, when I see as a citizen, I sign up and I create an account and then I fill up my data, and then if I have a land or not, I have an account, and then I see all the my accounts transactions, and this is any money that we can have, and if we have visa or whatever that you like. After that, the military they make to deliver to citizen on the companies that we said before, and according to the geographical location, every company has a location, and the company make we will come to you this, and then we make sure of your ID and etc. As we can see here in the video, here.
يتاكد يعمل سكان الكيو ار كود بتاعه ويتاكد فعلا الشخص ده هو اللي احنا كلمناه قدامه بالتليفون عليه، وبعد كده يبدا من خلال تابلت وجهاز متوصل فيه بلوتوث يبدا ياخد القياسات بتاعته، فبيترسم اوتوماتيك.
After that, the citizen receive a certificate after it's reviewed by these, and he look and he delivered the documents and all, and then they will come to and will make sure the Ministry of Planning and the governments of land, and it is a land of the state, and the confirmation because all the states by the SDA. And finally, if we have a dashboard, they can see all the buildings here. They can see the mission here that we have 170,000 application, and that's it.
نتكلم عليه باشمهندسة أمل. باشمهندسة أمل برضو expert في الجي اي اس وريموت سensing، وكانت بتشتغل في الكابمس.
It worked on the in the go ahead. peace be upon you. I would not take a lot of your time. We're late. We continue on projects based on East.
مهمين كده هتكلم عليهم.
The operations.
الدولة أو الحكومة المصرية شغالة على مبادرة الحصر الثروة العقارية، واحنا عارفين طبعا أهمية حصر الثروة العقارية ومن تقنين والحفاظ على الملكية سواء الملكية الخاصة أو الملكية العامة. لإجراء عملية الحصر ده في 2 أو بندين أساسيين لازم يتموا علشان نقدر نعمل الحصر ده. أول بند اللي هو إنشاء رقم عقاري موحد لا يتكرر. الحاجة الثانية إن هو ينشأ نظام عنونة قياسي طبقا للمواصفات العالمية ايزو 19160. طبعا أهمية العنونة معروفة إن هي عامل أساسي أو العمود الأساسي في أي بنية تحتية مكانية، لأن هي دي عن طريقها الحكومة بتقدر تقدم الخدمات للمواطنين سواء خدمات حكومية أو حتى الخدمات الإلكترونية. وطبعا وجود عنوان واضح ومحدد للمباني والمنشآت والطرق ده من خلال إنشاء رقم أو معرف وحيد لكل عقار. العقار ده سواء قطعة أرض أو مبنى أو وحدة أو طريق. علشان تقوم المنظومة ديت طبعا كانت في مجموعة من الصعوبات والتحديات اللي قابلتنا، منها على سبيل المثال الاختلاف في التقسيم الإداري. وهنشوف هنا على الخريطة دي ده مثال لحد إداري لقرية العرقية في محافظة المنوفية. هنا في 4 حدود مختلفة لنفس القرية، حد من المساحة هيئة المساحة، حد من هيئة التخطيط العمراني، في حد ثالث من الجهاز العام للتعبئة العامة والإحصاء، ولا حد فيهم منطبق مع الحد الثاني. دي أول مشكلة. المشكلة الثانية إن في أكتر من مصدر للتقسيم الإداري في الدولة. في تقسيم حاجة اسمها التقسيم الشرطي اللي هي الأقسام والشيخات، وده المصدر بتاع وزارة الداخلية. وفي تقسيم تاني محليات اللي هي القرى والمراكز، وده المصدر بتاع وزارة التنمية المحلية. من المشاكل التانية تكرار أسامي الشوارع بطريقة عشوائية جدا. الخريطة دي بتبين في منطقة في العمرانية في محافظة الجيزة، اللون الأحمر ده شارع باسم شارع السلام متكرر أكتر من مرة في نفس المنطقة. الحاجة التانية برضو في مشكلة تسمية الشوارع أو في العنوانة، إن ممكن الشارع الواحد ليه أكتر من اسم، في اسم سابق واسم حالي واسم شهرة، فده بيعمل تضارب ما بين البيانات في الجهات الحكومية. في الكهرباء متسجل باسم، في الضرائب متسجل باسم تاني، وهكذا. برضو من ضمن المشاكل غياب أسماء الشوارع في بعض المناطق خصوصا القرى والمدن العمرانية الجديدة. أيضا من المشاكل والتحديات الأرقام التنظيمية للمباني موجودة في بعض المناطق ومناطق تانية لأ، أو لو موجودة ممكن بيكون فيها برضو عدم ترتيب وعشوائية ومفيش نظام محدد ليها. وخصوصا لما يكون في تجمعات سكنية أو الكومباوند السكني، الشركة العقارية اللي بتقوم بتنفيذ هذا المجمع السكني هي بترقم المباني بالطريقة الخاصة بتاعتها. عشان كده كان مهم جدا ان يتعمل الاطار ده خاص بالتوحيد لاداره وتسجيل الاراضي والعقارات، اللي هو يبقى فيه نظام موحد بيعالج مع مشاكل تكرار العناوين او العشوائيه بتاعتها، بتمكن ان هي تربط العنوان العقار او تحسن الربط ما بين الجهات الحكوميه، فبالتالي تقدر تحسن الخدمات اللي بتقدم للمواطن. ايضا بتوفير بيانات دقيقة ممكن تستخدم في الخدمات الإلكترونية والتجارة الإلكترونية، ودي طبعا هي الشائعة حاليا دلوقتي. علشان كده، علشان كل العوامل ديت صدر قرار من رئاسة الوزراء بسنة 2020 قرار رقم 2466. القرار ده صدر بتحديد لجان 6 لجان من الشركات من الوزارات والهيئات الحكومية. وظيفة اللجان ديت هي تحط إطار أو نظام لإنشاء الرقم العقاري الموحد وتوحيد العنوانة أو وضع نظام قياسي للعنوانة. أهم اللجان ديت اللجنة الأولى اللي هي لجنة العنوانة والترقيم، ودي كانت برئاسة الجهاز المركزي للتعبئة العامة والإحصاء. اللجنة الثانية لجنة التشريعات، دي برئاسة وزارة العدل. اللجنة الثالثة اللي هي اللجنة الفنية لتنفيذ هذا الرقم، وده برئاسة وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. اللجنة الأولى اللي هي أهم لجنة اللي هي إزاي تحط النظام العنوانة وإزاي تعمل رقم عقاري، ده كان بيتكون من أكتر من 20 وزارة وهيئة حكومية زي وزارة التخطيط ووزارة الإسكان، وزارة الدفاع متمثلة في إدارة المساحة العسكرية، وزارة الري متمثلة في هيئة المساحة المصرية، وأيضا برضو الجهات الأكاديمية زي جامعة القاهرة. كان أول حاجة قامت بيها اللجنة إنها تدرس التجارب العملية وتشوف السيستمز اللي هي ممكن موجود تتعمل أو تكرر في الدول زي الاتحاد الأوروبي أو أمريكا أو كندا. تمام. ووصلت ان من التجارب ديت ان هي شافت اشكال مختلفه من الاساليب لتحديد الارقام. كان من اهمها هو تحديد، او بعض الجهات كان او بعض الدول بتستخدم حاجه اسمها يونيفرسال يونيفاي او يونيك اي دي. ده رقم بيتخلق عشوائي من السيستم وبيتكون من 32 هكساديسيمال ديجيت، وما بيتكرر عمره ما يتكرر لانه في عدد احتمالات 5.3 في 10 أس 30 احتماليه. اللجنه دي حطت شروط مكونات الرقم القومي العقاري، من اهمها اللي هي هقولها اللي باللون الاحمر ان هي دي ماست بي انها تكون موجوده في الرقم، ان الرقم العقاري ده يكون رقم وحيد لا يتكرر، لا يعتمد على التقسيم الاداري، مستدام ومرن. ودي ال10 بنود اللي هي 10 شروط لازم تبقى موجوده في الرقم القومي. معلش. اتحط في بعد الاقتراحات ديت قدمت الجهات في 4 سيناريوهات للشكل الرقم العقاري. اول سيناريو كان مقدم من اداره المساحه العسكريه وهو بيمثل سراج كود، وده شبيه بالرقم الرقم اليو اي دي اللي احنا قلنا عليه. الاقتراح الثاني وهو كان مقدم من الجهاز المركزي للتعبئه العامه والاحصاء، وده كان عباره عن رقم مكاني بينتج من تقسيم شبكي للجمهوريه، بيبدا من 100 كيلو متر 100 في 100 كيلو متر مربع لغايه ما يوصل ل1 متر في 1 متر. الاقتراح الثالث هو تقسيم او مزج بين تقسيم شبكي بيوصل لغايه 100 متر في 100 متر، وبعدين جوه التقسيم الشبكي بيتم سرياله الارقام او سرياله المباني جوه المربع السكني ده. الاقتراح الرابع دوت ان هو كان الاحداثي الجغرافي للعقار، ويتعمل كومباينيشن والواي بالطريقه اللي هي موجوده على الشكل قصادكم. ال4 سيناريوهات دي تم الاتفاق على اختيار المقترح بتاع وزاره الاتصالات اللي بيتكون مزيج ما بين التقسيم الشبكي والتسلسل الرقمي، وده التول بتاعه وصل ل 18 ديجيت. واخيرا من خلال الاداره او من خلال المنظومه بتاعه الاس دي اي تم ربط منظومه او قاعده البيانات الجيومكانيه بالرقم اللي هو اوريدي السراج كود موجود في خريطه الاساس، والرقم المكاني اللي هو المقترح بتاع الجهاز المركزي للتعبئه العامه والاحصاء، والرقم البريدي مع هيئه البريد المصريه. كل ده اتسجل مع نفس قاعده البيانات المكانيه. ايه الكرنت سيتويشن بقى دلوقتي؟ ان هو خلاص تم تخليق شكل الرقم القومي العقاري. الحاجه الثانيه ان وزاره العدل حطت التشريعات اللي هيتم على اساسها التنفيذ ومطابقه الرقم القومي العقاري. تالت حاجة واللي بتحصل حاليا دلوقتي ان وزارة الاتصالات بتعمل جينيريشن للرقم على باستخدام خرائط الاساس لكل مبنى وكل قطعة ارض وكل طريق. اخر حاجة بقى بعد ما الرقم العقاري يخلص على مستوى كل الحضر او تخليقه على مستوى الجمهورية، هيطبع هذا الرقم على لوحة، اللوحة المعدنية ديت ده مقترح شكلها، ده هيبقى كل مبنى عليه الرقم دوت وسكان وكود بار يقدر يعمل له سكان فيطلع له الرقم القومي ويطلع له العنوان ويطلع له الرقم البريدي. تاني تطبيق اللي هيتم بيه استخدام خرائط الاساس في البنيه المعلوماتيه هو استخدامه في مرحله مصر داخله على تعداد السكان والاسكان اللي هو هيتم في 2027 وبيتم العمل عليه من السنه دي. التعداد بيتكون من 3 مراحل: مرحله ما قبل التعداد، اثناء التعداد، وما بعد التعداد او نشر النتائج. ال3 مراحل دول سيتم ربطهم بمنظومه الاس دي اي واستخدام خرائط الاساس في ال3 مراحل. اول مرحله اللي هي خاصه بما قبل التعداد ان هو بيتعمل او تحديث اولا مكتبي استخدام الصور الاقمار الصناعيه او الجويه لخريطه الاساس على
So first of all, we get a geospatial picture, and when it is loaded into the systems, there are numbers attributed to these pictures, and also divisions of each land lot. First of all, we used to do the maps and the drawing, but we changed that. We changed the paperwork that was before, and it was taking a lot of time, and it was very costly. And even the data in it was not exact, but with the application, it's a tablet or a mobile application that can allow you download the necessary maps about administrative boundaries, buildings, different services, and you can zoom in. And also a form to fill in regarding the information about the buildings, like the forms that exist for roads. In this way, we have a geospatial map that contains data, and that can be used for future statistic operation that will be starting in 2027. Thank you. So we took a lot of your time, and there will be a short video about the framework of NSCI through the Ministry of Planification. Can we get the video on, please? In the recent period, the world witnessed wonderful technological progress, and that developed life, and Egypt is aware of this development and wanted to cope with what's happening in the world in the vision of 2030 and do what's necessary to implement it according to instructions of the Republic and the armed forces. We are on the right way to digital transformation of our society, in which our children will have same chances And based on that, there were instructions to improve the services to the citizens and also to coordinate between different departments of the state. And in order also to keep this development, the state opted for digitalization and geospatial data. And we started in 2016, and according to the political instructions, in order to establish an efficient partnership, an information database was established in order to make sure of the integrity of the informations according to international standards. And the priority was to establish concrete informations to the government and also to the private sectors and the citizens. All that, the results were providing multiple and easy services, cost effective, facilitating information, also supporting planification and assisting decision making, improving development and coordination between different departments of the state. Geospatial data is supervised by the National Center of Information and the National Information Geospatial Office. And that was established on Egypt by very exact and delicate measures according to international standards. The National Center of the Geospatial Information Structure, it provides detailed information for each place in the country based on satellite pictures and also based on geospatial maps with a record time of information access and supported by apps. The Center of Geospatial Changes. It was established in 2017 in July, and its objective is to combat slums and also optimize the use of agricultural lands and also to study detect all the violations and providing cards of different coastal constructions to make sure that there are no environmental violations. The Technological Center of Land Survey that provides a certificate of land survey in order to facilitate and accelerate the judicial proceedings, and which is a part of forming the land survey department. The citizen can provide the papers to the land survey department. The papers are examined and then proceed. The fruit of all that in a record time, 281 region used that, and we established 50 layers of data and also 173 as indicators and 71 of governmental departments. It's also important to mention that the ecosystem was applied also on a decent life initiative and also to follow the state project and investment plan which relies on following up and detecting the farming and agricultural activities. So the geospatial information database is a new page for the history of Egypt that goes back to thousands of years. In this era of technology and rapidity, Egypt is establishing a new chapter of greatness of its history. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for staying tight all this time. We know that it is late, and we would like to hear if there are any questions that you want to ask our dear participant. And there is also a QR code with that can be used to extract more information about the database and also how it works and how it functions. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and and see you tomorrow. Thank you.